Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the glow of starlight and the whispers of ancient legends weave together to create tales of wonder, courage, and heart. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the enchanting story of Galadriel, a tale from a time before the Rings of Power, where light and shadow waged a battle for the very soul of Middle-earth. So, find your coziest spot. Let the soft hum of elven melodies and the distant rustle of ancient forests guide your thoughts, and prepare to journey into a world where wisdom and bravery intertwine, and every step holds a secret. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and which tales of Middle-earth you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The sun hovered low over the undulating hills of Valinor, casting its golden rays upon the radiant two trees, Telperion and Lorelin. Their celestial glow bathed the blessed realm in an ethereal light, illuminating the white towers of Tirion and the silver streams that wound through the verdant countryside. Yet, for all its beauty, Galadriel's heart was restless. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, stood at the edge of Alqualonde, her golden hair shimmering like sunlight upon water. She gazed across the sea, her thoughts as distant as the unseen shores beyond the horizon. The Teleri mariners sang songs of joy and homecoming, but Galadriel heard something else in the wind, a whisper of change, a call to adventure, and the promise of a future yet unwritten. She was not alone in her yearning. Her cousin, Finrod Felagund, approached with a smile that was both warm and knowing. "You linger here often, Galadriel. Do the shores of Aman not content you?" Galadriel turned to him, her piercing blue eyes betraying her inner turmoil. "Aman is beautiful, Finrod, and yet I feel the weight of its perfection. I long to see the lands beyond, to walk forests unmarked by valor hands, and to shape a world not yet shaped." Finrod's brow furrowed. "The Valar have granted us peace and plenty. What more could one desire?" "Freedom," Galadriel said simply. "To carve our own path, to discover what lies beyond the veil of the known." Their conversation was interrupted by the soft chiming of bells. A great council was being called in Tirion, and all of the Noldor were summoned. Finrod offered Galadriel his arm. "Perhaps the answers you seek lie there," he said, though his tone held skepticism. The grand hall of Tirion was filled with the noble lords and ladies of the Noldor. High King Finwë sat upon his throne, flanked by his sons Feanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin. The tension in the air was palpable, for Feanor, the greatest craftsman of their kind, had summoned the council to unveil a creation that he claimed would rival even the light of the two trees. Galadriel stood beside her father, Finarfin, her gaze fixed upon Feanor. His brilliance was undeniable, but so too was his pride, a flame that burned too brightly and too close to the edge of ruin. With dramatic flair, Feanor unveiled the Silmarils. 3 perfect jewels, each capturing the light of Telperion and Lorelin, glowed with an inner fire that seemed to pulse with life itself. Gasps of awe rippled through the hall. "These," Feanor declared, his voice ringing with conviction, "are the Silmarils, the greatest work of my hands. In them lies the light of the two trees, preserved for all eternity. They are the legacy of the Noldor, a testament to our craft and our will." Galadriel felt a shiver run through her as she gazed upon the jewels. They were beautiful, yes, but there was something unsettling about them, an aura of possessiveness that clung to Feanor like a shadow. Fingolfin, ever the diplomat, stepped forward. "Brother, your skill is unmatched, and the Silmarils are a wonder. But what purpose do they serve? What role shall they play in the lives of our people?" Feanor's smile was thin. "Purpose. Must beauty have a purpose? These jewels are the pinnacle of our achievement, a reminder of what we are capable of." The hall fell silent, and Galadriel felt the weight of the unspoken tension. She sensed that the Silmarils would become a point of contention, a source of division, rather than unity. That night, as the stars of Varda twinkled above Tirion, Galadriel found herself wandering the gardens of her father's house. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice. "Galadriel." She turned to see Melian, the Maya, standing beneath an ancient oak. Though Melian rarely left the forests of Orome, she had come to Tirion for reasons she did not divulge. "Lady Melian," Galadriel said, bowing her head in respect. "What brings you to Tirion?" Melian's gaze was gentle but piercing. "I came to see you, daughter of Finarfin. The light of Aman shines brightly upon you, yet your heart looks to the shadows beyond." Galadriel frowned. "Do you mean to dissuade me from my path?" "No," Melian said, "for your path is your own to choose. But I bring a warning and a task. Darkness stirs in the far reaches of the world, in lands untouched by the light of the two trees. It seeks to corrupt, to claim that which does not belong to it." "What is this darkness?" Galadriel asked, her voice steady despite the unease in her heart. "It is an ancient malice, older than the Valar themselves," Melian said. "It stirs in the east, in a land called Cuiviénen, where the first elves awakened. You must go there, Galadriel, and ensure that its influence does not spread." Galadriel hesitated. "Why me?" "Because you have the courage to face it," Melian said simply, "and because the future of the Eldar may depend on your actions." Galadriel did not wait for the counsel of her family. She knew that Finarfin would caution patience, and that Feanor would mock her for chasing shadows. Instead, she confided in Finrod, whose adventurous spirit matched her own. "I will go with you," Finrod said without hesitation. "Whatever lies in Cuiviénen, we will face it together." Their departure was swift and quiet. With them went a small company of trusted companions, stalwart elves who shared their sense of duty. They traveled eastward, leaving behind the golden shores of Aman and venturing into the wild lands that lay between Valinor and Middle-earth. The journey was arduous. They crossed treacherous mountains and vast plains, their path lit only by the stars. Yet Galadriel felt a sense of purpose that steadied her resolve. She knew that the answers she sought lay ahead, in the ancient woods of Cuiviénen. When they reached Cuivienen, the air was heavy with an unnatural stillness. The trees, though tall and ancient, seemed to lean inward as if listening to secrets carried on the wind. The company set up camp near a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the starlight like a mirror. That night, as the others slept, Galadriel wandered to the edge of the lake. There, she heard it, a faint whisper, like the rustling of leaves, but the words were clear. Galadriel. She turned sharply, her hand going to the hilt of her blade. The voice came again, softer this time. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, bearer of the light. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, its form indistinct, but its presence overwhelming. Galadriel stood her ground, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she demanded. The figure did not answer directly. Instead, it raised a hand, and the surface of the lake rippled. Within its depths, Galadriel saw visions, flashes of the future. She saw the Silmarils, burning brightly yet surrounded by death. She saw Middle-earth consumed by war and darkness. And she saw herself, standing against the tide, holding a light that could not be extinguished. The figure spoke again. "The choices you make here will shape the fate of your people. Will you face the darkness, or will you turn away?" Galadriel's grip on her blade tightened. "I will face it." The figure faded, leaving only the sound of the whispering woods. Galadriel returned to camp. Her resolve hardened. Whatever darkness lay ahead, she would confront it. For the light of the Eldar was not meant to fade. The dawn that broke over Cuivienen was pale and cold, the sun struggling to pierce through the heavy mist that clung to the ancient forest. Galadriel stood at the edge of the camp, her gaze fixed on the still waters of the crystalline lake. The whispers from the previous night lingered in her mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade. She had not spoken of the apparition to anyone, not yet. It felt too fragile, too intimate to share with even Finrod. The camp stirred to life behind her. Finrod, ever the steady presence, approached with a quiet footfall, his golden hair catching what little sunlight broke through the canopy. His face was thoughtful as he placed a hand on Galadriel's shoulder. "You didn't sleep." "No," Galadriel admitted. "There is something about this place, something that does not rest." Finrod followed her gaze to the lake, his brow furrowed. "Do you think it's connected to what we're searching for?" Galadriel nodded slowly. "It must be. The forest. It speaks, Finrod, not with words, but with whispers. And last night I saw something, a figure in the shadows." Finrod stiffened. "A threat?" "I don't know," Galadriel said, "but it spoke of choices, of the fate of our people. It showed me visions, war, darkness, the Silmarils." Finrod's expression darkened at the mention of the jewels. "Then, we must tread carefully. If this place holds such power, it will not give up its secrets easily." The company broke camp and ventured deeper into the forest, their path guided by the faint glimmers of starlight that filtered through the canopy. The trees grew denser, their twisted roots curling across the forest floor, like the grasping hands of some ancient beast. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. It was not long before they encountered signs of something unnatural. Finrod, who was leading the group, stopped suddenly and knelt by a cluster of disturbed earth. He brushed away the leaves and soil to reveal a strange symbol carved into the ground. A spiral, surrounded by jagged lines. "What do you make of it?" Galadriel asked, kneeling beside him. Finrod traced the symbol with his fingers, his expression grave. "It's not Elvish, nor is it any script of the Valar, but it feels ancient, older than even Cuiviénen." "Could it be Morgoth's work?" one of their companions asked, his voice tinged with unease. Galadriel shook her head. "No. Morgoth's hand is heavy and cruel. This is more subtle, more patient." Finrod stood, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Whatever it is, we must remain vigilant. If the forest is warning us, we would be wise to listen." As they pressed on, the whispers grew louder, coalescing into something almost like a song. It was haunting and beautiful, yet it carried an undercurrent of sorrow that set the elves on edge. Galadriel could feel it pulling at her, urging her to move faster, to uncover the truth hidden within the woods. The group came to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a towering stone monolith, its surface etched with symbols similar to the one they had found earlier. At its base stood a figure, draped in a cloak of green and gold. Though the figure was humanoid, there was something otherworldly about them, an aura of timelessness that made the elves pause. "Welcome," the figure said, their voice melodic and layered, as if it carried the echoes of 1,000 voices. "You have come far, children of the Eldar?" Galadriel stepped forward, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade. "Who are you?" "I am the Keeper," the figure replied. "This forest is my domain, and I have watched over it since the first stars were kindled." "The forest speaks of a darkness," Galadriel said, her tone measured. "A threat to our people. Is this why we were summoned?" The Keeper tilted their head, as if considering her words. "The darkness you speak of is both within and without. It slumbers beneath the roots of the earth, waiting for the moment to rise. But it also dwells in the hearts of those who seek power without wisdom." Galadriel's gaze sharpened. "The Silmarils?" The Keeper's expression was unreadable. "The light of the Silmarils is a reflection of the two trees, but it is also a beacon to those who would use it for ill. The forest remembers their creation, and it remembers the blood that has been spilled for them." Finrod stepped forward. "If this darkness is connected to the Silmarils, then what must we do to stop it?" The Keeper's gaze fell upon Galadriel. "There is a path, but it is not without cost. You must journey to the heart of the forest, where the roots of Cuiviénen grow deepest. There, you will find a relic of great power, a shard of the light that once filled the world." "A shard of the trees?" Galadriel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Keeper nodded. "It is both a gift and a burden. To claim it is to bind yourself to the fate of this forest, to take on the weight of its memory and its pain. but it is the only way to ensure that the darkness does not consume what remains of the light. The company set out once more, guided by the keeper's instructions. The forest grew darker and more oppressive with each step, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Galadriel could feel the weight of the keeper's words pressing upon her. The shard of light, what would it mean to claim such a relic? And what cost would it demand? As they approached the heart of the forest, the ground began to glow faintly, as if lit from beneath by some unseen source. The trees here were ancient beyond reckoning, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their roots forming a labyrinthine network that seemed to pulse with life. At last, they reached a cavern hidden beneath the roots of a massive tree. The entrance was marked by the same spiral symbol they had seen before, and the air was filled with a faint, golden glow. "This is it," Galadriel said, her voice steady despite the unease that gripped her. She turned to her companions. "Wait here. This is something I must face alone." Finrod looked as if he wanted to protest, but he nodded. "Be careful." Galadriel stepped into the cavern, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The golden light grew brighter as she descended, until she entered a chamber filled with crystalline formations that shimmered with the light of the two trees. At the center of the chamber was the shard, a fragment of pure light, suspended in the air as if held by unseen hands. Galadriel approached slowly, her heart pounding. As she reached out to touch it, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. Images flashed before her eyes, visions of the future, of war and despair, but also of hope and unity. She saw herself standing against the darkness, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in shadow. The shard pulsed, and Galadriel felt its warmth envelop her. In that moment, she knew that her path was set. She would bear the shard, and with it, the fate of her people. As she emerged from the cavern, her companions looked at her with a mixture of awe and concern. The light of the shard seemed to radiate from within her, casting a soft glow that banished the shadows around them. "The trial is over," Galadriel said, her voice firm. "But the journey has just begun." The light of the shard nestled against Galadriel's chest radiated warmth, yet its glow was tempered by a sense of foreboding that had settled over the company. As they retraced their steps through the dark forest of Cuivianen, the whispers of the trees seemed louder, more insistent. The shard's power had awakened something deep within the ancient woods, and Galadriel could feel it in every step. Finrod walked beside her, his gaze flickering between the glowing shard and the shadows that seemed to close in around them. "The Keeper said the shard is both a gift and a burden," he murmured. "Do you feel it? The weight of it?" Galadriel nodded, her fingers brushing against the shard. "It's more than a relic. It feels alive, as though it carries the memories of the trees themselves. The power is immense, but so is the responsibility." Behind them, the other elves moved in wary silence. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. The gnarled tree loomed like silent sentinels, their twisted branches casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made them pause, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. The group stopped near a clearing to rest. The sky above was dark, the stars veiled by thick clouds that seemed unnaturally heavy. Galadriel sat apart from the others, her mind racing with questions. What exactly had she brought into the world by claiming the shard? And why had the Keeper spoken of the darkness so cryptically? As they prepared to move again, a low growl rippled through the air, freezing the company in place. From the shadows emerged a figure draped in a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. The figure's presence was oppressive, as though the very air around them recoiled. "Who are you?" Finrod demanded, stepping in front of Galadriel. The figure chuckled, a sound that sent a chill through the company. "A guardian," the figure said, its voice smooth and cold. "Or perhaps a hunter. It depends on your perspective." The figure stepped closer, and Galadriel caught a glimpse of pale skin and sharp features beneath the hood. "You carry something that does not belong to you," the figure said, their gaze fixed on the shard. "Return it, and you may yet leave this forest alive." Galadriel's grip tightened on the shard. "This relic belongs to no one. It is a fragment of the trees, a light that must be preserved, not hidden away." "Preserved?" the figure echoed, their tone mocking. "You believe you can preserve it? The light of the trees was coveted by the greatest of the Valar, yet you think yourself worthy to wield it." "Enough," Finrod said, his sword gleaming as he drew it. "Who are you to judge us? Step aside, or we will make you." The figure tilted their head, a smile curling their lips. "You cannot fight the shadows, Elf Prince. They are older than your kind, older than the light you seek to protect." With a wave of hand, the shadows around them writhed and surged forward. The company drew their weapons, forming a defensive circle around Galadriel. The shadows took shape, twisting into monstrous forms with glowing eyes and claws that raked the air. Finrod and the others fought valiantly, their swords flashing as they cut through the creatures. But for every shadow they destroyed, another took its place. Galadriel stood at the center, the shard clutched in her hand. Its light flared, and the shadows recoiled, hissing as if burned. The figure in the cloak snarled, their composure slipping. "You think the light will save you? It will only draw more to you." "Then let them come," Galadriel said, her voice resonating with a power she hadn't known she possessed. She raised the shard high, and its light burst forth in a brilliant wave that washed over the clearing. The shadows disintegrated, their forms dissolving into the air. The cloaked figure staggered, their hood falling back to reveal a face twisted with anger. "You have made an enemy this day, Galadriel of the Noldor. The light you carry will bring ruin to all who follow you." Before Galadriel could respond, the figure melted into the shadows and disappeared. The company stood in stunned silence, the clearing now bathed in the shard's gentle glow. Finrod sheathed his sword, his face grim. "That was no ordinary enemy. Whoever they are, they will not stop until they have the shard." Galadriel nodded, her hand trembling as she lowered the shard. "We've awakened something far greater than we anticipated. The Keeper's warnings were not idle words." One of their companions, a tall elf named Egner, stepped forward. "We should leave the forest, take the shard far from Cuiviénen, where its light cannot be found." "But where would we go?" another asked. The shadow will follow us, no matter where we hide. Finrod turned to Galadriel. What do you think? You are the bearer of the shard. The decision is yours. Galadriel hesitated, the weight of the shard pressing heavily on her heart. The vision she had seen in the cavern returned to her, of war and despair, but also of hope. The shard is more than a relic, she said finally. It is a beacon. If the darkness seeks it, then we must ensure that it does not fall into their hands. But to do so, we must uncover the truth behind its power. What do you mean? Finrod asked. The Keeper spoke of the shard's connection to the trees, Galadriel said. But there is more to this story. We must return to the Keeper and demand answers. The journey back to the Keeper's glade was fraught with tension. The shadows of the forest seemed darker, and the whispers now carried an edge of malice. The company moved quickly, their senses heightened, their weapons ready. When they reached the glade, the Keeper was waiting for them, their green and gold cloak shimmering in the light of the shard. Their expression was unreadable as they stepped forward. You have returned. We were attacked, Galadriel said, her voice firm. A figure in the shadows, claiming that the shard does not belong to us. They said it would bring ruin. The Keeper's gaze darkened. The one you encountered is a servant of an ancient force, a remnant of the darkness that once served Morgoth. They seek to extinguish the light, for it is the only thing they fear. Then why give us the shard? Finrod demanded. Why not keep it hidden, away from those who would misuse it? The Keeper's expression softened, and they looked at Galadriel with something like sorrow. Because the light of the shard is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to shine, to guide. But with that light comes great danger. The choice to bear it was always yours. Galadriel's grip on the shard tightened. Then guide us. Tell us what we must do to protect it. The Keeper nodded. The shard is a fragment of the tree's essence, but it is also a key. To what? I cannot say. That answer lies beyond the forest, in the lands where the shadows first rose. Galadriel exchanged a glance with Finrod, her resolve hardening. Then that is where we will go. The shard's power must not fall into the hands of the enemy. The Keeper stepped aside, their expression solemn. May the light guide you, Galadriel, and may you find the strength to face the darkness. As the company prepared to leave the forest, Galadriel felt the weight of the shard grow heavier. The journey ahead would be perilous, but she knew that the light she carried was their only hope, and she would protect it, no matter the cost. The company emerged from the dense woods of Cuivianen as dawn began to touch the horizon, but the light brought no relief. The air was thick with tension, each step weighted by the danger that lingered in their minds. Galadriel led the group, her hand resting on the shard beneath her cloak. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the light they carried, and the danger it invited. Behind her, Finrod surveyed the landscape ahead. Rolling hills stretched into the distance, broken only by jagged ridges and patches of thick mist that clung stubbornly to the ground. This path will lead us to the southern plains, he said. Beyond that lies the valley of Garathir. The Keeper said our answers may lie where the shadows first rose. Galadriel nodded, her expression resolute. We must move quickly. Every moment we linger, the enemy grows stronger. Egnor, walking beside them, glanced back at the others. The Keeper's words spoke of ancient darkness. Do you truly believe Morgoth's servants still linger in these lands? They do, Galadriel said firmly. And they will not rest until the shard is theirs. But this light is not for them to extinguish. The group traveled for days, their journey marked by an eerie silence that hung over the land. They passed through abandoned villages, their once thriving fields now choked with weeds. The ruins of ancient elven settlements lay scattered, their crumbling walls a testament to battles long forgotten. As they reached the foothills of Galathyr, the mist thickened, wrapping around them like a shroud. The shard beneath Galadriel's cloak pulsed faintly, its light barely visible through the fabric. It felt restless, as though responding to an unseen presence. "It's too quiet," Aegnor muttered, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I don't like it." "Neither do I," Finrod replied, his eyes scanning the terrain. "Stay close, and keep your weapons ready." The words had barely left his mouth when a low, guttural growl echoed through the mist. The company froze, their hands tightening around their weapons. From the shadows emerged a pack of creatures unlike anything they had seen before. Their forms were twisted, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They moved with unsettling speed, circling the group like predators closing in on their prey. "Hold your ground!" Finrod shouted, drawing his sword. The others followed suit, forming a defensive circle around Galadriel. The creatures lunged, their claws slashing through the air. The clash of steel and the cries of battle filled the misty valley as the elves fought with precision and skill. Galadriel stood at the center, her heart pounding as she gripped the shard. Its light began to intensify, pushing back the mist and driving the creatures into a frenzy. One of the creatures broke through the line, its claws reaching for Galadriel. She raised the shard instinctively, and its light flared in a blinding burst. The creature recoiled with a howl, its form dissolving into smoke. "The light!" Finrod called out. "They fear it. Use it!" Galadriel stepped forward, holding the shard high. Its radiance grew, cutting through the mist like a blade. The creatures shrieked and scattered, their forms disintegrating as the light consumed them. When the battle was over, the company stood in the clearing, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The mist began to dissipate, revealing the path ahead. "What were those things?" Aegnor asked, his voice shaken. "Servants of the darkness," Galadriel said, her voice steady despite the fear that lingered in her chest. "They are drawn to the shard, but they cannot withstand its light." The company pressed on, reaching the valley of Galathyr, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The valley was vast and desolate, its rocky terrain marked by deep fissures and jagged peaks. In the distance, they saw the ruins of an ancient fortress perched on a cliff, its silhouette stark against the darkening sky. "That must be it," Finrod said, his gaze fixed on the fortress. "If the shadows rose here, that place may hold the answers we seek." As they approached, the shard began to glow more intensely, its light casting long shadows across the valley. The fortress loomed closer, its crumbling walls etched with strange symbols that seemed to writhe in the dim light. Galadriel paused at the entrance, her hand brushing against the cold stone. "This place feels wrong," she said softly, "as if it remembers the darkness that once dwelled here." "Then let us uncover its secrets and be done with it," Finrod said, stepping past her. The group entered the fortress cautiously, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the faint sound of whispers seemed to emanate from the walls. At the center of the fortress, they found a large chamber, illuminated by a faint, flickering light. In the middle of the room stood a pedestal, atop which rested an ancient tome bound in blackened leather. The shard's glow intensified, as though reacting to the tome's presence. "What is this?" Agnor asked, his voice hushed. Galadriel approached the pedestal, her eyes scanning the symbols etched into the tome. "It's a record," she said. "A history of the darkness that once consumed these lands. It speaks of Morgoth's servants, those who sought to wield the light of the trees for their own purposes." She opened the tome, her fingers tracing the faded script. "The shard is a fragment of that light," she continued. "But it is also a key. Morgoth's followers believed it could unlock a power greater than the trees themselves." "Do you believe it?" Finrod asked. Galadriel hesitated, the weight of the shard pressing heavily against her chest. "I don't know. But if it's true, we must ensure that this power does not fall into the wrong hands." As Galadriel closed the tome, a chill swept through the chamber, a sensation so cold it seemed to pierce the very air. The flickering light dimmed, and the whispers grew louder, no longer vague, but forming words in an ancient, guttural tongue. Her companions tensed, their hands moving instinctively toward their weapons. From the shadows of the chamber, a figure began to coalesce, not stepping forward as before, but materializing from the very darkness itself. The figure was taller than any elf, its form cloaked in an otherworldly blackness that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. "You seek answers that are not yours to claim," the figure said, its voice layered with echoes that resonated in the stone walls. Galadriel tightened her grip on the shard, feeling its warmth surge against the cold. "Who are you, servant of shadow? Speak your purpose." The figure tilted its head, a gesture almost mocking. "You speak as though you have authority here, Galadriel of the Noldor. But this place remembers more than you. It remembers betrayal, ambition, and despair. Do you not feel it?" The chamber seemed to darken further, the shadows creeping closer to the company as though alive. Finrod stepped forward, his sword drawn, its blade glinting faintly in the dim light. "Stay where you are," he commanded, his voice steady. The figure ignored him, its gaze fixed solely on Galadriel. "You cannot comprehend the forces you toy with. That shard you clutch is a fragment of power, older than the trees, older than your kind. Its light may guide you, but it can also consume you." "It is neither for guiding nor consuming," Galadriel said firmly, stepping forward. "It is for preserving. Its power will not fall to darkness." The figure's form shifted, tendrils of shadow curling around its edges. "You speak of preservation, yet you bring it here, where the remnants of Morgoth's will still fester. Do you not see how your actions tempt the forces you claim to oppose?" Before Galadriel could respond, the shard in her hand began to glow fiercely, its light spilling out in jagged patterns that cut through the darkness like shards of glass. The figure recoiled slightly, though it did not retreat. "Your arrogance blinds you," the figure hissed. With a sweeping motion of its hand, the shadows in the room surged forward, not in attack, but in transformation. The walls of the chamber seemed to dissolve, replaced by scenes of a battlefield, a memory brought to life. The company found themselves standing in the midst of a great conflict, surrounded by warring elves and monstrous creatures of shadow. The cries of battle filled the air, and the ground beneath them trembled with the force of clashing weapons. "This is not real," Egnor said, his voice edged with disbelief. "It's an illusion." "Not an illusion," Galadriel corrected, her eyes scanning the scene. "A vision, a warning." The figure's voice echoed through the chaos, disembodied but omnipresent. "This was the last time your kind sought to wield such light. Look at what it brought. Destruction, betrayal, ruin." As the vision played out, they saw an elf, his features obscured, but his aura unmistakably commanding, holding a shard similar to the one Galadriel now carried. He stood at the center of the battlefield, his light both a beacon and a weapon, driving back the darkness but also fracturing the unity of those who followed him. The more the shard's light grew, the more chaotic the battle became, until it consumed even those it was meant to protect. Galadriel's breath caught as the vision shifted, showing the elf succumbing to the light, his form dissolving into ash. The shard he had carried shattered, its pieces scattering into the void. The vision faded, and the company found themselves back in the chamber. The figure loomed once more, its form now more defined, as though drawing strength from their shaken resolve. "This is the fate you invite by carrying that shard," the figure said, its voice softer now but no less chilling. "Do you still believe you can control it?" Galadriel stepped forward, her expression resolute despite the fear that lingered in her heart. "The light itself is not the danger. It is the intent of those who wield it. We do not seek power. We seek to protect." The figure laughed, the sound hollow and echoing. "Your kind always believes they are different, but the light does not distinguish. It consumes all who dare to claim it. Turn back now, Galadriel, before you bring ruin upon yourself and those you love." Galadriel raised the shard, its light growing steadily brighter until it filled the chamber once more. The figure flinched, its form wavering as though struggling to maintain its shape. "This light is not yours to claim," Galadriel said, her voice steady and commanding. "Nor will it be used for destruction. It is a reminder of what was lost, and what must be preserved." The shard's light flared, driving back the shadows. The figure hissed in frustration, its form dissolving into wisps of darkness that fled to the far corners of the chamber. "This is not the end," the figure's voice echoed faintly as it disappeared. "The shard will betray you, as it has betrayed all before you." The light dimmed, leaving the chamber in an uneasy silence. Galadriel turned to her companions, her expression resolute. "This was not a battle we won, but a warning we must heed. The shard carries both light and peril. We must tread carefully." With the tome in hand, and the shard glowing faintly, the company prepared to leave the fortress. The encounter had left its mark on them, a reminder of the delicate balance they now carried. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but Galadriel knew they could not turn back. As they stepped out into the misty valley, Finrod placed a hand on Galadriel's shoulder. "This journey grows darker with each step. Are we certain we can see it through?" Galadriel met his gaze, her own unwavering. "We must. The light we carry is not just a fragment of the past. It is a promise of what can still be." And so they pressed on, the shadows of the past lingering at their heels, and the weight of the shard's power ever present in their hearts. The mist swirled around the company as they departed the fortress, their footsteps muffled by the damp ground. The shard, though dimmed after its encounter with the shadowed figure, continued to emit a steady, faint glow. It felt heavier in Galadriel's hand now, not in weight, but in presence, as though the shard itself carried an awareness of what had transpired. Finrod, walking a few paces ahead, paused to glance back at his sister. "Do you think it speaks the truth, Galadriel, about the shard consuming those who seek to wield it?" Galadriel's expression was thoughtful, but resolute. "The truth, Finrod, often lies between what is spoken and what is withheld. The shard's power is undeniable, but its nature is not malevolent. It is the will of those who hold it that determines its use." Egnor, trailing behind, added, "And what of the figure we faced? Do you think it has been vanquished, or will it return?" "It will return," Galadriel said without hesitation. "Darkness does not give up its pursuit so easily, but for now, its power is scattered. We must use this time wisely." As the company pressed onward through the forested valley, the trees began to thin, revealing a hidden glade bathed in pale moonlight. At its center stood a lone figure, cloaked in a shimmering silver robe. The figure turned as they approached, revealing the face of a slender elf with eyes that glimmered like starlight. "Aaron," Finrod said, recognition lighting his features. "You still linger in these lands?" The elf nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Only as long as my purpose demands it. You tread dangerous paths, children of Finarfin. I felt the shard's light from afar. It calls to more than just the shadow." Galadriel stepped forward, her tone cautious. "Aaron, if you know of the shard's origins, I would hear it." Aaron's gaze softened. "You carry a fragment of Laurelin's light, a gift, thought lost when the trees fell, but it is no ordinary remnant. That shard was shaped by hands both noble and unworthy, imbuing it with conflicting purposes. It is light, yes, but also a mirror of those who hold it." "A mirror?" Galadriel repeated, her brow furrowing. Aaron gestured for them to sit, and as they did, she began to weave a tale. After the trees were destroyed, fragments of their essence lingered in the world, scattered by the winds of Valinor. One such fragment fell into the hands of a Noldor craftsman who sought to preserve it. He forged it into the shard you now carry, imbuing it with both his devotion and his sorrow. But his heart was not pure, and his despair left a mark upon the shard. "Then it is cursed," Egnor said, his voice heavy with foreboding. "No," Aaron replied firmly. "It is not cursed, but it is bound to the will of its bearer. Galadriel, You must tread carefully. Your heart is strong, but even the strongest hearts can falter under the weight of such power." Galadriel absorbed the warning in silence, her fingers brushing the shard's surface. She felt the warmth of its light, but also a faint tremor, as though the shard itself was listening. The glade gave way to rugged terrain as the company pressed on. Their destination was an ancient watchtower perched atop a craggy hill, a relic of the elder days. According to Aaron, the tower held the final piece of the shard's story, its purpose. As they climbed the steep path, the air grew colder, and the shard's glow intensified. Galadriel could feel its energy pulsing, as though anticipating what lay ahead. They reached the summit, as the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, casting the tower in a golden hue. The watchtower was in ruins, its stones worn smooth by time and weather. At its center was a pedestal carved with intricate patterns that matched the runes on the shard. Galadriel approached cautiously, the shard in her hand radiating a steady brilliance. "Place it there," Finrod urged, his voice quiet but firm. "If this is where its purpose lies, we must let it reveal itself." Galadriel hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She turned to Finrod. "And if its purpose is destruction? Then we will face it together," he replied. With a deep breath, Galadriel placed the shard on the pedestal. The runes on the stone lit up, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the surrounding lands. The light grew in intensity, and for a moment, the company was blinded. When the light receded, they found themselves standing not in ruins, but in a chamber of gleaming white stone. The air was warm and filled with the faint hum of energy. At the chamber's center stood a figure clad in radiant armor, their features indistinct, yet commanding. "I am the guardian of the light," the figure said, their voice resonant and melodic. "You have brought the shard to its resting place, but its journey is not yet complete. The light it carries must be returned to Valinor." Galadriel stepped forward, her voice steady. "Why was it scattered to begin with?" "To test the hearts of those who would seek it," the guardian replied. "The light of the trees was not meant for mortals or even for the Eldar alone. It was a gift of creation, meant to inspire but never to be owned. By carrying it here, you have proven your worth. But now, the choice lies with you." The guardian extended a hand, and the shard floated between them, its light pulsing gently. "You may leave it here, where it will remain hidden until the end of days. Or you may carry it to Valinor, where its light will be restored for all." Galadriel closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing on her. She thought of the shadowed figure, of Aaron's warning, and of the vision of destruction they had witnessed in the fortress. The shard was more than a relic. It was a responsibility. After a long moment, she opened her eyes. "I will carry it to Valinor. Its light belongs to the world, not to the shadows that would claim it." The guardian inclined their head. "So be it. But know this, Galadriel. The path to Valinor is fraught with peril. Darkness will seek to reclaim what you carry. You must be prepared." The chamber faded, and the company found themselves back at the watchtower. The shard rested in Galadriel's hand, its light steady and warm. She turned to her companions, her expression resolute. "Our journey is far from over," she said. but we carry hope with us, and that is enough. Finrod placed a hand on her shoulder. We will see this through, Galadriel. Together. As they descended the hill, the shard's light illuminated their path, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The shadow still lingered, but Galadriel knew they had taken the first step toward reclaiming the light, and with it, a brighter future. As the tale of Galadriel's journey through light and shadow draws to a close, let this story remind us of the enduring strength found in wisdom, resilience, and the courage to protect the light, even in the face of encroaching darkness. Through Galadriel's unwavering determination and her companion's steadfast loyalty, we discover that even in the most perilous of times, hope can shine as brightly as the stars over Middle-earth. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the glow of starlit realms, the whispers of ancient forests, and the endless promise of new journeys waiting to unfold. Good night.